Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The fire crackled in Bag End's stone hearth, casting long shadows across walls lined with maps and mementos of adventures long past. Outside, autumn winds whispered through the trees of Hobbiton, carrying the scent of apple orchards and the promise of winter. Bilbo Baggins sat hunched at his workbench, silver hair falling across his weathered face as he manipulated a slender rod of mithril with tools far too delicate for hobbit hands. Yet decades of unexpected adventure had given him unusual skills for one of his kind. The stranger's commission had arrived 3 weeks prior. 7 keys of mithril, each set with a different gem. Crafted according to ancient patterns, the tall, hooded figure had presented on parchments that smelled of dust and distant lands. Bilbo had accepted more out of curiosity than need. The gold offered was substantial, bearing elvish runes that marked it as treasury from Rivendell itself. A gift for Lord Elrond, the stranger had explained in a voice like smooth stones beneath deep water. A set of ceremonial keys to commemorate the 7 kingdoms of Middle-earth. As Bilbo set the final ruby into the 7th key, an unnatural chill swept through Bag End, extinguishing candles and causing the hearth fire to sputter. The mithril grew cold beneath his fingers, colder than metal should be, and the gems pulsed with an inner light that cast eerie colors across his workroom. Something was wrong, very wrong. That night, dreams plagued him, visions of ancient doors grinding open, of shadows pouring forth from forgotten depths, of a crown of iron upon a terrible brow. He woke gasping, clutching at his chest where once the ring had hung, its phantom weight still haunting him years after its departure with Frodo. "Uncle, are you well?" Young Frodo stood in the doorway, concern etched upon his face. Bilbo rubbed his eyes. "The keys, my boy. I've made a terrible mistake." Dawn found them on the east road, provisions hastily packed, ponies trotting beneath them. Frodo had insisted on accompanying his aging uncle, despite Bilbo's protests. "I've spent enough years hearing tales of your adventures," Frodo had said firmly. "Perhaps it's time I had one of my own." The keys were wrapped in elven cloth and tucked deep within Bilbo's pack, their presence a constant weight on his mind, heavier than their physical form. They rode first for Bree, where rumor suggested the hooded figure had been seen speaking with a silversmith of considerable talent. The prancing pony hummed with conversation that died to curious whispers as the 2 hobbits entered. Bilbo, once shy and proper, now strode with purpose born of necessity toward the innkeeper. "Barliman Butterbur," Bilbo called, "I seek news of a tall stranger, hooded and cloaked, who visited your establishment perhaps a fortnight ago." Butterbur's eyes widened. "Master Baggins, it's been years. And yes, that one. Spoke with old Silverhammer for hours in the corner there. Left the next morning for the North Road. Strange fellow. Paid in gold coins like nothing I've seen, with markings like those from tales of the elder days." Bilbo's heart sank. "And Silverhammer. Departed 3 days ago with his entire workshop packed. Said he had a commission that would make his name remembered through the ages. That night, As Frodo slept, Bilbo examined the keys by moonlight filtering through their window. Each was a masterwork, the mithril flowing in patterns that seemed to shift when not directly observed, the gems catching light from angles that should have been impossible. Holding them together, he noticed how their contours suggested they might join to form something greater. His scholarly mind, honed through decades of translations and historical study, began making connections. The patterns were not elvish, as he had initially assumed, but far older, reminiscent of fragments he had glimpsed in Elrond's most ancient texts, from the first age before the rising of the sun. "What doors are you meant to open?" he whispered. Their journey took them north, following rumors of the stranger and discovering others who had crafted mysterious objects to his specifications. In Breeland, they found a man of Gondorian descent who had forged a circlet of strange alloy. In the ruins of Fornost, they encountered an elf who had woven a cloak with threads containing her own hair, imbued with ancient songs. Each craftsman shared the same story: generous payment, specifications delivered on ancient parchment, and terrible dreams following completion of their work. At Weathertop, beneath the crumbling ruins where Frodo would one day face unimaginable terror, they made camp and were surprised by a visitor. Balin, Lord of Moria, traveling with a small contingent of dwarves. "Bilbo Baggins," the dwarf lord exclaimed. "Fate has strange workings indeed." Reunited with his old companion, Bilbo shared his concerns while the younger hobbit and dwarves prepared the evening meal. Endai too was approached, Balin admitted gravely, his beard now white as snow. Asked to forge a hammerhead of materials I dare not name. I refused. There was something in those specifications that reminded me of darker crafts from the elder days. Balin examined one of the keys, his expression growing darker. "These markings, they are not unknown to me. Deep in Khazad-dûm, on walls sealed behind doors we have not yet dared to open, similar patterns have been found. Our lore masters believe they date to the time when Morgoth still walked the world." That night, Bilbo's dreams were clearer. He saw 7 artifacts united, forming a key greater than its parts. He saw mountains split asunder, revealing steps descending into unfathomable darkness. He saw creatures crawling forth, things that had slumbered since the War of Wrath, when the Valar cast down Morgoth and imprisoned his lieutenants. He awoke with a name on his lips, Utumno. The pieces came together as they journeyed with Balin's company toward Rivendell. The hooded stranger had commissioned 7 objects from 7 races: hobbit, man, elf, dwarf, ent, eagle, and wizard, each incorporating materials with power from the earliest days of Arda. When united, they would form a key to unlock the sealed gates of Utumno, Morgoth's first and greatest fortress, where his most terrible servants had been imprisoned rather than cast into the void with their master. But who would desire such a thing?" Frodo asked as they rode through the last bridge. "One who believes the return of darkness would bring opportunity," Balin answered grimly. "Perhaps a descendant of those Númenóreans who turned to Morgoth worship in the final days of their kingdom." At Rivendell, they found more pieces of the puzzle. Elrond's face grew grave as he examined the keys, summoning his most trusted counselors. "These are indeed crafted to open ways that should remain closed," the Elf Lord confirmed. "And the stranger you describe has been seen in the north, traveling toward the ancient ruins of Angmar, where the Witch King once ruled." "Then we must follow," Bilbo said, straightening despite his years. Elrond studied the elderly hobbit with kindness. "Your courage remains undimmed, Bilbo Baggins, but this quest requires stealth rather than force. The artifacts must be secured before they can be united." A small company was assembled: Bilbo and Frodo, 2 elven scouts, Balin with his most trusted warrior, and to their surprise, a tall figure in grey robes and a pointed hat. "Gandalf!" Bilbo exclaimed. The wizard's eyes twinkled, though his expression remained somber. When you involve yourself with mysterious strangers and ancient artifacts, my dear Bilbo, you can hardly be surprised when I appear. The ruins of Khand Dûm loomed against the northern sky, jagged and foreboding. Once the capital of the witch realm of Angmar, its broken towers now stood as monuments to evil, long defeated but never forgotten. Their company approached under cover of darkness, guided by the elven scouts who moved like shadows across the blasted landscape. Within the ruins, faint lights could be seen, not the warm glow of campfires, but a cold, pulsing radiance that reminded Bilbo of the gems in his keys. "They have begun the ritual," Gandalf whispered, his face grim in the darkness. "The artifacts are being united." Inside the ruined fortress, they found a chamber deep beneath the earth, its walls carved with symbols that hurt the eyes to behold. At its center stood a circle of 7 figures, each holding an artifact. The hooded stranger stood among them, his hood now thrown back to reveal features that were disturbingly beautiful yet wrong, too symmetrical, too perfect, like a masterful painting rather than a living face. "The descendants of Ar-Pharazôn," Gandalf murmured, "Númenóreans who preserved their bloodline and their dark faith through the ages." The artifacts were being assembled into a complex mechanism, the keys Bilbo had crafted serving as its core. With each piece that locked into place, the chamber trembled and distant thunder rolled beneath the earth. "We cannot allow them to complete the key," Gandalf said, raising his staff. What followed was chaos. Light blazed from the wizard's staff, elven arrows sang through the air, and Balin's war cry echoed off the ancient stones. The cultists fought with the desperation of fanatics, but they were no match for the righteous fury of their opponents. In the confusion, Bilbo slipped forward, his old ring-enhanced stealth serving him well despite its absence. He reached the mechanism just as the final piece was about to be placed. The false Númenórean leader saw him and lunged, but age had not dimmed all of Bilbo's quickness. He ducked beneath the man's grasp and laid hands upon his creation, the 7 keys now formed into a single device. In that moment of contact, Bilbo understood with perfect clarity what must be done. The keys had been made with his craft, with materials that resonated with his very being. Just as they could be joined, they could be unmade by their creator. Drawing upon knowledge he didn't know he possessed, perhaps imparted by Orlé himself, patron of all craftsfolk, Bilbo spoke words in a language he had never learned, yet somehow knew. The mithril grew hot in his hands, the gems pulsing with angry light. "Uncle!" Frodo cried in alarm. Bilbo smiled reassuringly at his nephew as the mechanism began to come apart in his hands, the mithril flowing like water, the gems crumbling to dust. "There's some things," he said, as the chamber shook around them, "are best left in the realm of story." Spring returned to the Shire, and with it came peace to Bag End. Bilbo sat in his garden, pipe in hand, watching butterflies dance among the flowers while Frodo read aloud from a book of elvish poetry. The events at Khand Dûm had been recorded in Bilbo's Red Book, though few would ever believe them more than fanciful tales. The remaining cultists had been scattered, their leader taken to Rivendell for judgment by those whose memories stretched back to the elder days. "Do you miss it?" Frodo asked suddenly. "The adventure?" Bilbo considered the question, watching smoke rings rise toward the perfect blue sky. "Adventure finds us when it will, my boy. The trick is recognizing when to seek it out and when to let it pass by your door." He didn't mention the dreams that still came occasionally, visions of doors remaining sealed, of shadows retreating to their ancient prison, of 7 broken keys that could never again be made whole. Some locks, Bilbo Baggins had learned, were best left unopened. Story 2. Silence fell over Middle-earth like a blanket of newly fallen snow. The great towers of Minas Tirith stood quiet, its silver trumpets stilled. In the golden woods of Lothlorien, the elves lay as if carved from marble beneath the malon trees, their songs frozen upon their lips. Deep within the halls of Erebor, the dwarven hammers had ceased their eternal rhythm. Their wielders slumped over anvils still glowing with heat. Something ancient and terrible had swept across the lands, leaving only the smallest of footprints untouched. In Bag End, beneath the rolling hills of Hobbiton, Bilbo Baggins awoke with a start, his heart hammering against his ribs. The morning sun streamed through his round window, casting honeyed light across his cluttered study, but something was amiss. No birdsong greeted the dawn, no distant voices called from the market. Even the ever-present whisper of the wind through the trees had fallen silent. Bilbo's hand moved unconsciously to his waistcoat pocket, where a small golden ring lay hidden. He had kept it secret since his return from the lonely mountain, this curious trinket that granted invisibility. As his fingers brushed against the cool metal, a vision flashed before his eyes, a tower of obsidian rising from a circle of trees, a glowing orb pulsing with malevolent light, and the silhouette of a tall figure with a staff. "Impossible," Bilbo whispered, his voice unnaturally loud in the stillness. He hurried outside, his bare feet padding across the dewy grass. Hobbiton lay as if frozen in time. His neighbors stood motionless in their gardens or slumped in doorways, expressions peaceful as though in deep slumber. Only the smallest creatures still moved. Butterflies danced between flowers, field mice scurried along the hedgerows, and a red fox watched curiously from the edge of the woods. The fox tilted its head. "Master Baggins," it said, its voice crisp and refined, "it appears we have a problem." Bilbo blinked twice. "Ah, you can speak." "Indeed," replied the fox, seemingly amused by the hobbit's surprise. "Rustfur of the Eastern Burrows, at your service. And you are the only hobbit still awake, which is rather significant, don't you think?" Before Bilbo could respond, a large raven descended from the sky, landing on his garden gate with a flutter of midnight feathers. "Quarkill of the Misty Mountains," the bird announced, its voice like stones grinding together. The tall ones sleep everywhere, only the small remain awake. Bilbo felt the weight of the ring in his pocket grow heavier, and with it came understanding, a whisper of knowledge that slipped into his mind like a thief. "It's a sleeping spell," he said slowly. "Cast over all of Middle-earth, but it only affects the big folk, men, elves, dwarves. And most hobbits, apparently," added Rustfur. "Yet you remain awake." Bilbo's hand closed around the ring. Could it be protecting him somehow? Or was it something else, perhaps his brush with dragon magic or his time spent with the elves? "We must gather others," Bilbo decided suddenly, drawing himself up to his full height. All the small creatures still awake. There must be a way to break this enchantment. 3 days later, beneath the spreading branches of the party tree, Bilbo gazed upon the strangest assembly ever gathered in the Shire. Hobbits were few, only young Hamfast Gamgee and the ancient bull roarer Took's granddaughter Adamanta had remained awake besides himself, but they were joined by creatures from every corner of Middle-earth. Rustfur sat with his clan of foxes, their russet coats gleaming in the dappled light. Quarkill perched above with ravens from as far as the Iron Hills. There were badgers from the old forest, their wise eyes gleaming with ancient knowledge. Hares from the fields of Rohan who spoke in quick, nervous bursts. Hedgehogs from Breland whose spines rattled when they laughed. And a delegation of mice from Rivendell who claimed to know the libraries of Elrond better than the elves themselves. Most surprising was the presence of Tom Bombadil, neither tall nor small, yet somehow exempt from the spell. He sat cross-legged on the grass, his blue jacket bright against the green, his eyes twinkling with merriment despite the grave situation. "Friends," Bilbo began, feeling rather foolish addressing such an assembly, "we face a peril unlike any in living memory. The great kingdoms sleep, and it falls to us, the overlooked and the small, to save them." He recounted his vision of the tower and the glowing orb, watching as recognition dawned in the eyes of the older creatures. "Orthanc," whispered an ancient badger named Rootclaw, "the Tower of Isengard, home to Saruman the White." "The very same," confirmed Tom Bombadil, his voice like a summer breeze. "Old Saruman has found something he should not have. The Dreamstone of Irmo, once kept in the gardens of Lorien in Valinor. A dangerous toy for a wizard growing too fond of power." Bilbo felt a chill despite the warm day. "Then we must journey to Isengard and destroy this Dreamstone. A quest for the small to save the tall," chuckled Tom. "How the world turns in circles, Master Baggins." The council debated long into the evening. Many argued that the affairs of wizards were not their concern, that perhaps it was better to let the big folk sleep while the small ones flourished. But Bilbo spoke passionately of the interconnectedness of all peoples, drawing on tales of his journey with Thorin Oakenshield to remind them that even the smallest person could change the course of the future. As night fell, a plan was formed. A company of the small would journey to Isengard. Bilbo, Hamfast, Adamanta, Rustfur, Corkil, Rootclaw, and a quick-witted mouse named Thimble, who knew the secret ways beneath Orthanc. Tom Bombadil would escort them as far as the Gap of Rohan, before returning to guard the old forest in these dangerous times. "We leave at dawn," Bilbo announced, trying to sound braver than he felt. That night, alone in Bag End, he removed the ring from his pocket and studied it in the firelight. Its perfect golden surface reflected nothing, as though it consumed light rather than returned it. For the first time, Bilbo wondered if there was more to this trinket than its useful ability to render him invisible. Their journey through the sleeping world was strange and perilous. They passed through villages where men stood like statues in the midst of their daily tasks. In the ruins of Weathertop, they found rangers frozen mid-stride, their keen eyes staring unseeing at the horizons they once guarded. They traveled by day and night, the small creatures using their natural skills to evade the dangers that still lurked. Wolves and other predators remained awake, growing bold in the absence of huntsmen. One day, they narrowly escaped a pack of wargs that had ventured far from their mountain homes, saved only by Rustfur's cunning in leading them through a stream that masked their scent. At the Brunnen Ford, they discovered something unexpected. 3 young elves, barely past childhood by their kind's reckoning, awake and afraid. The children had been playing at the river's edge when the spell struck, sparing them while their parents succumbed. "Small ones," Tom Bombadil nodded sagely. "Still growing, still changing, not yet fixed in the world as their elders are." The elven children joined their company, bringing with them knowledge of ancient songs that could open paths through the wilderness. With their help, the journey to Isengard shortened by many days. As they traveled, Bilbo found himself using the ring more frequently, to scout ahead, to evade dangers too great for their small company to confront. Each time he slipped it on, the world grew darker, colder, and strange whispers tickled at the edges of his consciousness. Each time it grew harder to remove. Rootclaw, the badger, noticed Bilbo's growing unease. One evening, as they camped beneath the eaves of Fangorn Forest, the ancient creature approached him. "The thing you carry," the badger rumbled, his voice like earth shifting underground. "It has a will of its own." Bilbo started. "How did you—" "We badgers see more than most think," Rootclaw replied. "We remember the First Age, when darker powers shaped such things. Be wary, ring-bearer." "Some help?" comes at too great a cost. The next morning, they gazed upon Isengard from a nearby hill, a perfect circle of stone surrounding the black tower of Orthanc. Even from a distance, they could see the subtle wrongness of the place. The gardens once tended by Saruman were withering, and a faint green mist hung over the tower's peak. "The Dreamstone's power," whispered Thimble the mouse. "It feeds on dreams, you see, drawing them from the sleepers to fuel its magic." That night, Bilbo had another vision, clearer this time. He saw Saruman bent over a pedestal in the highest room of Orthanc, his once white robes now shot through with threads of black. Before him pulsed a green stone, swirling with mist that contained the dreams of thousands. The wizard's face was transformed by ambition and fear, no longer the wise counselor, but something hungry and desperate. He doesn't control it, Bilbo realized with dawning horror. It controls him. They entered Isengard through forgotten drainage tunnels, known only to the mice who had inhabited them for generations. Thimble led them unerringly through the darkness, past the roots of ancient trees and foundations laid by Númenóreans in an age-long past. The Tower of Orthanc loomed above them, a needle of unbreakable stone piercing the sky. As they emerged into Saruman's withered gardens, they saw the wizard's servants, men and orcs alike, slumped in enchanted sleep, just like the rest of Middle-earth. "Agree. Why would he cast a spell that affects his own followers?" Hamfast wondered aloud. "He didn't mean to," Bilbo replied grimly. "The stone's power grew beyond his control." They climbed the endless stairways of Orthanc, their small size allowing them to slip past wards and traps designed to stop creatures of greater stature. The green mist grew thicker as they ascended, and with it came dreams not their own, flashes of memory and desire from the countless sleepers. In the highest chamber, they found Saruman. The wizard sat motionless before the Dreamstone, his eyes open but unseeing, caught between waking and sleeping. The stone pulsed on its pedestal, tendrils of mist reaching out like fingers. As they approached, the mist coalesced, forming spectral figures that lunged at the intruders. Rustfur and Quarkil fell back, overwhelmed by dreams not their own. The elven children sang protective songs, their voices creating a bubble of clarity around them. Rootclaw stood firm, his ancient mind resistant to the stone's power. Bilbo felt the ring burning in his pocket. It seemed to call to him, promising protection from the mist. Without conscious thought, his hand moved toward it. "No!" cried Adamanta, grasping his wrist. "Look at the wizard, Bilbo. That could be you." Bilbo hesitated, then steeled himself. Instead of reaching for the ring, he drew Sting from its scabbard. The elven blade glowed faintly blue in the mist-filled chamber. "The stone must be destroyed," he declared, raising the sword. But as he approached the pedestal, the mist surrounded him, showing him visions of power and glory. Bilbo the wise, Bilbo the great, ruling a peaceful Middle-earth where all creatures, big and small, lived in harmony under his benevolent guidance. All he needed was to take the stone for himself. Bilbo faltered, the visions filling his mind. He felt the ring in his pocket growing heavier, calling to the stone as if in recognition. In that moment of clarity, Bilbo understood. The ring or the stone, he could not resist both. One must be sacrificed. With a cry that tore from the depths of his being, Bilbo plunged his hand into his pocket, drew out the golden ring, and cast it directly into the heart of the Dreamstone. Light exploded through the chamber, green and gold intertwining in violent conflict. The stone cracked, then shattered, releasing a shockwave that threw them all to the floor. The ring melted like ice in summer, its substance absorbed into the fragments of the dying stone. Silence fell. Then, distantly, they heard it, The silver trumpets of Minas Tirith, the songs of elves in Lothlorien, the hammers of dwarves in Erebor. The world was awakening. Saruman stirred, confusion replacing the blank stare in his eyes. Before he could recover, the company of small creatures slipped away, leaving only shattered fragments of stone and a small puddle of gold that would soon harden and be forgotten. When they returned to the Shire, they found their neighbors awakening as if from a pleasant dream, with no memory of the enchanted sleep or the peril they had faced. Only those who had undertaken the journey remembered the truth. That evening, beneath the party tree, the Council of Small Creatures met one final time. "We have saved them," said Rustver, "and they will never know it was us." "Perhaps that is as it should be," replied Bilbo, feeling strangely lighter without the ring's weight in his pocket. "The big folk have their kingdoms and their great deeds. We have our burrows and hills and trees. And each other," added Rootclaw. "The council should continue, I think. The small have proven their worth." Bilbo looked around at the assembly, foxes and ravens, badgers and mice, hobbits and young elves, and smiled. "The Council of Small Creatures," he said. "For sometimes the greatest changes come from the smallest beginnings." As stars appeared in the velvet sky above Hobbiton, they raised their voices in song, a melody that would be carried by birds and whispered by the wind, a reminder that in Middle-earth, even the smallest creature could change the fate of the world. Bilbo returned to Bag End that night and sat in his study, quill in hand. "In a hole in the ground there lived a hobbit," he wrote, beginning a tale that would one day be legend, and somewhere in the darkness beyond the lamplight, the world dreamed on, safe once more. Story 3. The lonely mountain pierced the sky like a sentinel of stone, its peak wreathed in clouds that glowed gold and crimson in the light of the setting sun. Within its vast halls, where veins of precious metals threaded through ancient rock like the roots of some great inverted tree, echoed the songs of dwarves returned to their kingdom. The forges burned day and night, and the music of hammers rang through corridors that had known only dragon silence for too long. Amidst this renaissance of dwarven glory, a single hobbit wandered the lesser-known passages, his footsteps light upon stone floors polished by centuries of use. Bilbo Baggins had returned to Erebor 5 years after the Battle of Five Armies, ostensibly as an emissary from the Shire, but in truth drawn by a longing he could neither name nor resist. The mountain called to him in dreams, not with the siren song of dragon gold that had nearly destroyed his friends, but with whispers of secrets yet undiscovered. "Master Baggins!" The booming voice of Glóin echoed down the corridor. "You'll miss the feast if you continue your wandering." Bilbo turned with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "I'll be along shortly. Just reacquainting myself with old haunts." The dwarf's laughter rumbled like distant thunder, as if you'd forgotten a single stone of Erebor. "Very well, but don't tarry. King Dain has commissioned a new ballad in honor of your return." When Glóin's footsteps faded, Bilbo withdrew a small, folded parchment from his waistcoat pocket. He had discovered it that morning in the great library, tucked between the pages of an ancient tome of dwarven music. The verses were written in a spidery hand, faded with age, but unmistakably in the common tongue, rather than the jealously guarded Khuzdul of the dwarves. 7 chambers deep they delved, beyond the gold and mithril veins, where stone remembers ancient flames, and light of stars in crystal sleeps, the secret heart beneath the peak, where life and death in balance keep, the final clutch of Ankalagan in dreams of darkness ever deep. The poem continued with directions disguised as metaphors, references to constellations marked in the stonework, to paths that followed the dragon's spine, and chambers where water flows against the mountain's will. Bilbo had spent hours deciphering the clues and now stood before a seemingly ordinary wall carved with a geometric pattern common throughout Erebor. He ran his fingers over the stone, feeling for irregularities. "Where water flows against the mountain's will," he murmured, eyes narrowing as he noticed a small channel cut into the base of the wall. It was dry now, but stains suggested water had once flowed upward along the groove, against gravity's pull. Bilbo knelt and pressed his ear to the wall. Beyond the stone, he heard the faint sound of dripping water. With newfound certainty, he traced the pattern until he found what he sought, a single rune, different from those surrounding it. When pressed, it sank into the wall with a soft click. The section of wall swung inward, revealing a narrow passage that descended into darkness. Bilbo hesitated only a moment before lighting the small lantern he carried and stepping through the doorway. The passage wound downward in a gentle spiral, the air growing warmer with each step. The walls were different here, not the precisely cut stone of dwarven make, but rough and marked with strange, flowing script that seemed to shift in the lantern light. Bilbo recognized neither the language nor the hand that had carved it. "Older than the dwarves," he whispered, his voice swallowed by the dense silence. After what seemed like hours, but was perhaps only minutes in that timeless descent, the passage opened into a vast chamber that took Bilbo's breath away. The ceiling arched high above, embedded with thousands of crystals that caught his lantern light and multiplied it hundredfold, creating the illusion of a starry night sky. The floor was a perfect circle of obsidian, polished to mirror smoothness and inlaid with silver in patterns resembling constellations. At the chamber's center stood a pedestal of white marble, and upon it rested a crystalline orb the size of Bilbo's head. Within the orb swirled colors like the northern lights, emerald, sapphire, amethyst, and gold, surrounding a dark shape. Bilbo approached cautiously, drawn by curiosity yet mindful of the dangers that often accompanied beauty in Middle-earth. As he neared, the colors within the orb pulsed more vigorously, and the dark shape shifted. It was an egg, black as night and veined with gold. The shell had the texture of stone, but emanated heat like a banked forge. Within, Bilbo could just discern movement, the slow, rhythmic pulse of a creature in deepest slumber. "The final clutch of Ankh-Elegon," he breathed, recalling the verse. Ankh-Elegon the Black had been the greatest of all dragons, destroyed at the end of the First Age. This chamber must have been ancient indeed, predating even the Dwarven kingdom. "Beautiful, is it not?" The voice came from behind him, cultured and cold. Bilbo whirled, hand instinctively reaching for Sting at his belt. Lord Dane stood at the chamber's entrance, but something in his posture and expression was wrong. The king under the mountain moved with a predatory grace at odds with dwarven nature, his eyes reflecting the orb's shifting lights. "Dain?" Bilbo asked uncertainly. A smile spread across the dwarf lord's face, too wide, too knowing. "The dwarf sleeps at present. I merely borrow his form when necessary." Cold fear washed over Bilbo. "Who are you?" "I have worn many names. The dwarves who first discovered me called me Azrufel, the voice in the deep. The elves knew me as Morlaman, the Black Echo. I was old when the first acorn took root in what you call the Greenwood." The figure that wore Dain's body stepped forward, and Bilbo retreated until his back pressed against the pedestal. The crystalline orb pulsed faster, its light intensifying. "For millennia, I guarded the last hope of dragonkind, waiting for one with the knowledge to wake it." The false Dain gestured to the parchment still clutched in Bilbo's hand. "I planted that verse centuries ago, knowing eventually someone would find it. How fortunate that it should be you, Bilbo Baggins, who has spoken with dragons and lived." Understanding dawned on Bilbo with terrible clarity. You need me to wake it. No mortal voice can rouse a dragon egg from stasis, save one who has exchanged riddles with a dragon and won. The creature smiled with Dain's face. Smaug was but a pale shadow of what sleeps here. Calagan's blood runs pure in this clutch. Imagine a dragon with the fire to melt the rings of power themselves, with scales that no mortal weapon could pierce. Bilbo's mind raced. The real Dain must be imprisoned somewhere, perhaps ensorcelled. The feast, his friends would be gathered there, vulnerable and unsuspecting. What do you gain from this? He asked, playing for time. The false Dain's eyes flashed with inner fire. Dragonkind was meant to rule these lands. We were the firstborn of Morgoth, created to be his greatest weapons, but we were betrayed, hunted to near extinction. This egg is our redemption. We? Bilbo's voice was barely a whisper. The creature's form rippled, Dain's stocky frame elongating, features sharpening until what stood before Bilbo was neither dwarf nor man, but something older, tall and terrible, with eyes like molten gold. And I am the last of the dragon speakers, those who taught dragons speech and thought. When the great worms fell, we hid, taking forms that would not draw attention. The creature gestured to the egg. For thousands of years I have kept it dormant, waiting for the perfect moment for rebirth. That time is now. Bilbo's gaze darted around the chamber, seeking escape. The only exit was behind the dragon speaker. The orb continued to pulse behind him, its rhythm matching his racing heartbeat. A memory surfaced, Smaug's voice, deep and terrible. My armor is like tenfold shields, my teeth are swords, my claws spears, the shock of my tail a thunderbolt, my wings a hurricane, and my breath death. If Smaug was but a shadow of what slept within this egg, I will not help you, Bilbo declared, drawing sting from its scabbard. The elvish blade glowed with a faint blue light, though no orcs were present. The dragon speaker laughed. Your courage is admirable, halfling, but misplaced. You need not help willingly. As the creature advanced, Bilbo felt the orb grow hot against his back. Acting on instinct born of desperate situations, he spun and thrust Sting into the crystalline sphere. The orb shattered with a sound like 1,000 breaking glasses. The dragon egg fell free, rolling across the obsidian floor as magical energies arced like lightning throughout the chamber. The dragon speaker shrieked in rage, lunging for the egg. Bilbo was faster. Years of burglary had made him quick, and fear lent him speed beyond his natural abilities. He snatched the egg, surprised by its lightness, and darted between the creature's legs. "Stop!" the dragon speaker commanded, its voice layered with ancient power. Bilbo felt the compulsion wash over him, but shook it off, aided perhaps by the ring hidden in his pocket, though he dared not use it now. He raced toward the exit, the egg clutched to his chest. The chamber began to tremble, dust and small stones raining from the ceiling as the magical energies released by the broken orb destabilized the ancient structure. Behind him, the dragon speaker howled in fury and fear. Bilbo sprinted up the spiral passage, the egg growing warmer in his grasp. He emerged into the familiar corridors of Erebor, just as a violent shudder ran through the mountain. The secret door slammed shut behind him with such force that cracks spread across the surrounding stone. He ran toward the feast hall, his mind focused on a single goal, the great forges, where fires burned hot enough to destroy even dragon eggs. He burst into the hall, interrupting Balin mid-song. Dozens of startled faces turned toward him. Dwarves, men of Dale, even a delegation of elves from Mirkwood. "Where is Dain?" Bilbo gasped. "Here, Master Baggins." The true Dain rose from the high table, his expression confused. What is the meaning of this interruption?" Relief flooded through Bilbo, followed quickly by renewed urgency. The mountain is compromised. There is a creature, a dragon speaker. It took your form. As if summoned by his words, a terrific roar echoed through the halls. The mountain shook again, more violently. "To the forges!" Bilbo commanded with an authority that surprised even himself. This egg must be destroyed before its guardian breaks free. What followed was chaos. Warriors readying weapons, civilians evacuating, and Bilbo racing alongside Dain and company toward the great forges that were the heart of dwarven craft. The dragon speaker pursued them, its true form now revealed, a sinuous, wingless creature with scales like burnished bronze and eyes of flame. At the forges, Bilbo stood before the greatest crucible, the egg now burning hot enough to sear his hands. The dragon speaker appeared at the entrance, its body blocking the only exit. "You cannot destroy it," the creature hissed. "It is bound to the mountain itself. Break the egg, and Erebor falls." Dain stepped forward, warhammer raised. "And better the mountain fall than a dragon rise to destroy all we have rebuilt." As the dwarves engaged the dragon speaker, Bilbo stared into the molten heart of the forge. The egg in his hands pulsed like a living heart, and for a moment, just a moment, he felt a terrible temptation. What if he kept it? What if he raised a dragon loyal to him alone? The thought vanished as quickly as it had come. With a cry that held all his fear and determination, Bilbo hurled the egg into the forge's white-hot center. A sound like the mountain itself, crying out in pain, filled the chamber. The egg cracked, revealing not the expected dragon hatchling, but a blinding light that engulfed everything. When Bilbo regained consciousness, he lay on the floor of the forge chamber. Around him, dwarves were picking themselves up, dazed but alive. Of the dragon speaker, there was no sign save a scattering of metallic scales that rapidly crumbled to dust. "What happened?" Balin asked, helping Bilbo to his feet. The hobbit shook his head, still trying to comprehend it himself. I think the egg wasn't what it appeared to be. Perhaps it was never a dragon at all, but something the dragon speaker needed or feared." In the days that followed, as Erebor settled back into its rhythms of life and craft, Bilbo often found himself standing before the wall where the secret passage had been. No trace of the door remained. The entire section had collapsed, sealing whatever mysteries still lurked in the chamber below. On the eve of his departure from the lonely mountain, Bilbo sat with Balin in the library, helping catalogue the books that had been damaged during Smaug's occupation. "I found something you might find interesting," Balin said, placing an ancient tome before him. "It speaks of the Gostir Heleth, the dread eggs, created not to birth dragons, but to imprison their spirits." Bilbo read the passage with growing wonder. According to the text, at the end of the First Age, the Valar had bound the spirits of the greatest dragons, not to the void, but to crystalline eggs, hidden throughout Middle-earth, under the guardianship of beings who could never be corrupted by dragon speech or dragon gold. "Then what I destroyed," Bilbo began, "was a prison," Balin finished. "And in destroying it, you may have finally ended what began millennia ago. The last spirit of dragonkind released not to life, but to whatever fate awaits such creatures beyond this world." As Bilbo rode away from Erebor the next morning, he looked back at the solitary peak standing proud against the dawn sky. The mountain seemed somehow lighter, as though freed from a burden it had carried since its creation. And if, in the quiet of night, he sometimes dreamed of dragons and ancient chambers filled with starlight, well, that was the price one paid for adventure. A price he would gladly pay again. Story 4. Mist clung to the ancient hills like spectral fingers, transforming the landscape into a realm between worlds. The Barrow Downs stretched before Bilbo Baggins like the spine of some great sleeping beast, each mound a vertebra rising from the earth, crowned with standing stones that pierced the fog like broken teeth. Dawn had barely touched this haunted place, and already Bilbo regretted his decision to take a shortcut through these lands that even rangers approached with caution. It had been 5 years since the Battle of Five Armies, and Bilbo's fame, much to his dismay, had only grown with each retelling of his adventure. What had begun as a modest birthday celebration at Bag End had spiraled into an impromptu gathering of distant relations, acquaintances, and entirely too many Sackville Bagginses, all eager to glimpse the legendary hobbit who had journeyed with dwarves and outwitted dragons. When Lobelia had cornered him near the pantry, her eyes fixed once again on his silver spoons, Bilbo had slipped on his ring and vanished, much to the astonishment of his guests. By nightfall, he was miles from Hobbiton, intending a brief walking holiday to clear his head, but an unexpected deluge had forced him to seek shelter, and in the darkness he had strayed into the Forbidden Downs. Now, as tendrils of mist coiled around his ankles like living things, Bilbo clutched Sting's hilt for reassurance. The elvish blade remained dormant, offering small comfort. No orcs prowled these barrows, but older, colder things. A haunting cry drifted through the fog, neither bird nor beast, but something that raised the hair on Bilbo's neck. He quickened his pace, eyes darting between looming barrows. The mist thickened, and soon he could see no more than a few feet ahead. When the rain returned, driving and bitter, Bilbo sought refuge in the lee of the nearest burial mound. His fingers, tracing the ancient stonework for support, found an irregularity, symbols carved into the rock, nearly erased by centuries of wind and rain. Curiosity overcame caution as Bilbo leaned closer, wiping away moss to reveal a spiral pattern surrounding a six-pointed star. As his finger touched the star's center, stone grated against stone, and a section of the barrow wall swung inward. "Well now," Bilbo whispered, peering into the darkness beyond. "That's rather unexpected." Common sense urged retreat, but the hobbit who had riddled with Smaug was no longer ruled entirely by common sense. The rain intensified, thunder cracking overhead like the breaking of the world. With one last glance at the storm-lashed downs, Bilbo stepped into the passage. The corridor descended gently, its walls adorned with faded murals depicting figures too small to be men, but bearing shields and spears, facing creatures of shadow. Bilbo's lantern, hastily lit, cast just enough light to navigate by, the flames' glow reflecting from flecks of mica in the stone like distant stars. The passage opened into a circular chamber where stone benches surrounded a central dais. Upon the dais rested a sarcophagus of pale marble, its lid carved in the likeness of a warrior no taller than Bilbo himself, clutching a sword to his chest. "Remarkable," Bilbo breathed, approaching the figure. "He looks almost like one of your kind." The voice emerged from the shadows, dry as ancient parchment and cold as midwinter frost. Bilbo whirled, Sting half-drawn, to face a figure that seemed composed more of mist than flesh. Tattered robes hung from emaciated limbs, and a crown of tarnished bronze sat upon a skull-like head. Eyes like pale blue flames regarded the hobbit with ancient intelligence. "A Barrow-wight," Bilbo whispered, his voice catching. The creatures were thought to be spirits of long-dead warriors, bound to their burial chambers by dark magic from the time when the Witch King of Angmar ruled the north. The spectral figure inclined its head. "The last guardian of the old kings, and you, bearer of foreign magic." Its gaze fixed on Bilbo's pocket, where the ring lay hidden. "Dread, I have waited long for one such as you." Terror urged Bilbo to flee, but something in the Wight's tone, not malice, but a terrible weariness, held him in place. "What do you want of me?" "To remember." The Wight gestured to the murals. "Your people forget what they once were, before the Shire, before green hills and 7 meals a day, before pipeweed and party trees." Bilbo studied the paintings with new understanding. The small warriors weren't just similar to hobbits, they were hobbits, or what hobbits had been in some distant age. "That's not possible," he protested. "Hobbits have always been simple folk, farmers and guardians," the Wight interrupted. "What? When shadow first stretched across these lands, when the Witch King built his fortress in Angmar, the ancestors of your Fallowhides, Harfoots and Stoors were not hiding in holes, but standing alongside men and elves in battle." The Wight drifted to the sarcophagus, its spectral hand passing through the stone effigy. This was Durin Leafcutter, last king of the Halfling realms. He fell defending the North Downs against the Witch King's forces, buying time for his people to flee westward. His line continues, unknown even to themselves. Bilbo's mind reeled. "You're suggesting I'm descended from kings?" "All bloodlines flow together in Time's river, but yes, the signs are there for those with eyes to see. Your resistance to the Shadow's call, your courage against creatures of darkness. The ease with which you wield elvish steel, as if responding to the Wight's words, Sting pulsed with a faint blue light, not the bright warning of nearby orcs, but a softer glow, like starlight on water. "Why tell me this now?" Bilbo asked, struggling to absorb revelations that upended everything he believed about his people's history. The Barrow Wight's form seemed to solidify, grief etching features that became briefly, startlingly human. "Because darkness stirs again. The guardians at the borders grow thin. A shadow moves in the east, calling its servants home." The spectral figure gestured, and the chamber filled with mist that coalesced into moving images, a company of mountain trolls, larger and more cunning than those Bilbo had encountered on his journey with Thorin, marching through moonlight. Leading them, a figure in tattered black robes astride a pale, emaciated horse, a Nazgul, one of the 9 ringwraiths bound to Sauron's service. "They march for the Shire," the Wight said. "The ringwraith senses what you carry, though his master yet sleeps. He comes not for conquest, but for you, ring-bearer." Bilbo's hand clutched reflexively at his waistcoat pocket. "What can I do?" "I'm just one hobbit, just as Durin was just one halfling king." The Wight approached the far wall and pressed a skeletal hand against the stone. A section slid away, revealing an alcove where a sword rested upon brackets of silver. "Mournblade, the sword of the Halfling Kings. Too long has it waited in darkness." Unlike the legendary blades of elves and men, Mournblade was sized for a hobbit's grip. Its leather-wrapped hilt culminated in a pommel of deep green stone. The blade itself gleamed with an inner light, runes etched along its length in a script Bilbo did not recognize. "I'm no warrior," Bilbo protested, even as his hand reached unbidden toward the weapon. "No," the Wight agreed. "You are a burglar. And what has been stolen from your people is their memory, their courage, their rightful place among the free peoples of Middle-earth." As Bilbo's fingers closed around Mournblade's hilt, visions flashed through his mind. Halflings standing shoulder to shoulder with tall warriors of Arnor, a hobbit king raising this very blade against a shadow that blotted out the sky. Bloodied but unbowed figures retreating westward, carrying their wounded across streams and hills until they found the green country that would become the Shire. The sword seemed to pulse in his hand, neither heavy nor light, but perfectly balanced, as though it had been waiting for his grip alone. "What must I do?" Bilbo asked, his voice stronger now. Rally those who will listen, not just your own kind, but all the small voices of Middle-earth that have been overlooked in the councils of the wise, the forest folk of the old forest, the river daughters and their kin, the ancient badgers who remember the elder days, even the stone giants of the misty mountains, if you can find one not bent on mischief. Bilbo thought of the Shire, peaceful, prosperous, utterly unprepared for the horrors marching toward it. They won't believe me. They'll think it's just another of Mad Baggin's tales. Then find one whose word they will heed. One who walks between worlds and remembers what others have forgotten. Tom Bombadil, Bilbo breathed. The mysterious figure was known in Hobbit legends as Master of Forest and Hill, ancient as the land itself. The White nodded. Yerwain Ben-Adar, oldest and fatherless, he remembers the halfling kings. Seek him in the old forest, where his house stands between the Withywindle and the Barrow Downs. As dawn approached, Bilbo emerged from the barrow into a world transformed. The mist had receded, revealing the true nature of the downs. Not random hills, but concentric rings of barrows surrounding a central mound greater than the rest. From this vantage, he could see the dark line of the old forest to the west and beyond it, the gentle contours of the Shire. Mornblade hung at his hip, concealed by his travel cloak, but a constant reminder of his purpose. The weight of history pressed upon him, heavier than any dragon's hoard. His journey to Tom Bombadil's house passed in a blur of ancient trees and sudden clearings, where deer raised their heads to watch him pass, with eyes too knowing for mere beasts. The Withywindle murmured secrets as he followed its winding course, until at last he came upon a house of stone and wood, where smoke rose cheerfully from the chimney. Tom welcomed him as though expecting his arrival, the ageless being's blue eyes twinkling beneath his battered hat. His wife, Goldbree, the river daughter, prepared a feast that reminded Bilbo of the Shire while containing fruits and herbs he had never tasted before. Over the meal, Bilbo recounted his encounter with the Barrow Wight and the approaching threat. Tom nodded gravely, his usual merry demeanor subdued. Old Barrow Wight speaks true, little master, he confirmed. Dark riders stir from long sleep, and trolls march under cover of night. Tom has felt their footsteps on the borders of his land. Will you help me warn the Shire? Bilbo asked. Tom's laugh rang out, sudden as summer thunder. Tom's power ends at the borders of his country, but send word to those with ears to hear. The badger folk remember your ancestors. They will answer the call. The birds of Willowman's branches will carry messages swift as thought. And the hills themselves have stones that remember the halfling kings. In the days that followed, Bilbo became a gatherer of unlikely allies. Ancient badgers emerged from sets older than the Shire itself, their speech slow and formal as they pledged support in voices deep as earth. Birds carried his message to the reclusive Entwives hiding in the northernmost reaches of the old forest. Even the vengeful old man Willow was persuaded by Tom to lend his root warriors to the cause. As the Nazgul's forces approached the Brandywine Bridge, they found not sleeping hobbit holes, but a land awakened to its own defense. Trees uprooted themselves to block forest paths. The river rose against the trolls who tried to ford it, drowning several before they could reach the far bank. And on the eastern borders of the Shire stood a small but determined company, hobbits with bow and blade, badgers with tooth and claw, birds that dove with beaks like daggers, and at their center, Bilbo Baggins wielding Mornblade, its edge glowing silver in the moonlight. The battle was brief but terrible. Trolls fell to unexpected traps and coordinated attacks from creatures they had dismissed as harmless. The Nazgul's screams rent the night as Mournblade parried its spectral blade, the ancient magic of the Halfling Kings, proof against even a Ringwraith's power. When the Wraith's hood was torn away by a particularly brave falcon's attack, Bilbo gazed upon a face withered by centuries, yet unmistakably hobbit-like in its features. "Amandil," Tom Bombadil said sadly, naming the fallen creature. At last of the halfling princes to turn to shadow service, the Nazgul paused, its hollow eyes fixing on Bilbo. "Brother," it hissed in a voice like wind through a sepulchre, "we could rule as we were meant to before our people chose gardens over glory." For a moment, Bilbo felt the seductive pull of the Wraith's offer. With Mournblade and the Ring, with the armies of forgotten creatures at his command, he could indeed reshape the Shire, restore its ancient glory, rebuild the fallen kingdoms of his ancestors. But in his mind's eye, he saw not glory, but the simple beauty of Bag End's garden in springtime, the laughter of hobbit children at harvesttide, the comfort of friendship around a well-laid table. "Some treasures," Bilbo said firmly, "are worth more than crowns." Mournblade flashed in the moonlight, not striking to kill, for what lives in a Nazgul to be killed, but severing the spectral bonds that tied the Wraith to its dark master. A terrible cry rose from the black-robed figure as it collapsed, the malevolent spirit fleeing eastward while its physical form crumbled to dust, leaving behind only a small circlet of ancient design. In the aftermath, as dawn touched the Brandywine with gold, Bilbo gathered his unlikely army. "The Shire will not remember what you've done," he told them. "It is the blessing and curse of my people to forget the darkness once it's past." The ancient badger who had fought at his side rumbled in his deep voice, "We remember, Leafcutter's heir. And we will watch over your green land when you are gone." Bilbo returned to Bag End a fortnight later to find his home exactly as he had left it, his neighbours blissfully unaware of how close shadow had come to their borders. The Sackville Bagginses still coveted his silver spoons, the Gamgees still tended his garden, the party tree still stood proud on the hill. But sometimes, on autumn evenings when mist curled around the feet of the distant downs, Bilbo would take Mournblade from its hiding place beneath the floorboards and remember. And in the years that followed, when young hobbits gathered at his door for tales of adventure, he would watch their faces carefully, looking for signs of the old blood stirring, for the day would come when the Shire would need its guardians again. And deep in the barrows, the last wight kept its vigil, waiting for the return of the Halfling King. Story 5. The mist came with the first autumn frost, curling around the eastern borders of the Shire like ghostly fingers reaching for something long lost. Unlike the harmless morning fogs that often blanketed Hobbiton's rolling hills, this mist moved with purpose, advancing inch by inch each night before retreating slightly with the dawn's first light. Where it lingered longest, flowers withered and grass turned grey, as though the very life had been leached from the soil. Bilbo Baggins noticed it first from the round window of his study in Bag End, where he sat penning his memoirs in the soft glow of candlelight. It had been 7 years since his unexpected journey with Thorin Oakenshield and company. 7 years of comfortable routine, punctuated by occasional visits from Gandalf or passing dwarves. Yet the respectable hobbit, who had once fled his home without a handkerchief, had never quite settled back into Shire life. Something in him remained restless, awakened by distant mountains and the song of elves. That restlessness stirred now as he observed the unnatural mist pooling in the valley below Hobbiton, seeming to reach tentative wisps toward the village, like a creature testing unfamiliar territory. "Most peculiar," Bilbo murmured, setting aside his quill. Sleep eluded him that night, his dreams haunted by whispers in a language he almost understood, and the sensation of cold fingers brushing against his heart. He woke with a start before dawn, the memory of a name echoing in his mind, Arda's heart. The words meant nothing to him, yet they resonated with an importance he couldn't dismiss. Driven by instinct, Bilbo descended into his cellar, drawn to a chest of curiosities brought back from his adventure. Beneath maps, troll gold, and mementos lay something he had forgotten, a small stone, smooth and iridescent, that he had absent-mindedly pocketed during his escape from the goblin tunnels. In the dim light, the stone pulsed once with an inner radiance, illuminating ancient symbols etched across its surface. As Bilbo touched it, knowledge flooded his mind, not as organized thoughts but as fragments of memory that belonged to someone else. A circle of hobbits in armor long ago, standing guard around a shimmering gateway, a crown of shadow passing into the world, a stone of power divided into 3 pieces and hidden across Middle-earth. Impossible, Bilbo whispered, yet in his heart he knew it to be true. The stone was a fragment of something ancient and powerful, the Pedra de Arda, the Stone of Arda, created in the world's first morning. The next day, Bilbo visited the Shire's meager library, searching through dusty genealogies and half-forgotten tales. In a crumbling volume of family histories, he discovered what he sought, a reference to the Baggins line descending not from simple farmers but from guardians, Turamath in the old tongue, sworn to watch the eastern borders against evils from the elder days. As Bilbo walked home, the setting sun cast long shadows across Hobbiton. The mist had advanced further than ever before, now lapping at the edges of the village green. Hobbits hurried past it with nervous glances, though none seemed to recognize it as anything more than an unseasonable fog. Only Bilbo saw how it coiled and reached, how it seemed to taste the air with tendrils of vapor. That night, a knock came at his door, 3 sharp raps that echoed through Bag End with unnatural resonance. When Bilbo opened it, he found not a visitor, but a letter sealed with green wax, bearing the impression of a leaf. The handwriting inside was elegant yet urgent. The shadow stirs beyond the hill. The guardians must rise again. Bring what you have found to the weathered stone at tomorrow's twilight. Come alone, heir of Turamath. It was signed simply, T. Bilbo's hand moved unconsciously to the stone in his pocket. Against all hobbit sense and propriety, he found himself preparing for another journey, packing provisions, his old traveling cloak, and Sting, the elvish blade that had served him well against spiders and goblins. As an afterthought, he added the small red book where he had begun recording his adventures. The weathered stone stood at the easternmost edge of the Shire. A massive boulder split down the middle like a doorway frozen in stone. Few hobbits ventured there, finding the place discomforting without knowing why. As twilight painted the sky in watercolors of amber and violet, Bilbo approached the ancient marker, the fragment of the Pedra de Arda, warm against his palm. You have kept it safe all these years, though you knew not what you carried. The voice came from behind the stone, musical and clear, yet ancient as the hills themselves. A tall figure emerged, clad in green and brown, with hair like autumn leaves and eyes that reflected starlight, though stars had not yet appeared. Her ears tapered to delicate points, marking her as one of the Eldar, the eldest of elven kind. I am Tauriel of the Woodland Realm, she said, inclining her head. I have watched the Shire's borders since the last alliance, honoring an oath made to your ancestor when the Guardians laid down their watch. Bilbo bowed awkwardly, still unaccustomed to the presence of elves despite his travels. I'm afraid you have the wrong hobbit. I'm just Bilbo Baggins, not some legendary guardian. Toriel's smile held both amusement and sadness. The blood of the Turamath runs in your veins, diluted by generations, but awakened by your journey. Why else could you resist the dragon spell when you face Smaug? Why else could you bear both the fragment of Arda's heart and the ring of power without falling immediately to darkness? Bilbo's hand flew to his waistcoat pocket, where another treasure still lay hidden. How did you... I have watched you, Bilbo Baggins. I have seen how that ring calls to you in the night, how it whispers promises, yet you resist its full corruption, as your ancestor Bandobras resisted the crown fragment's call. From her cloak, Toriel produced a tarnished silver box etched with the same symbols that adorned the stone fragment. The mist that threatens your home is born of ancient malice. When Sauron fell at the end of the Second Age, his crown shattered. Most pieces were destroyed or secured by the wise, but one fragment was lost until recently. Understanding dawned on Bilbo like a cold sunrise. Someone in the Shire has found it. Toriel nodded grimly. The crown fragment calls to its master's servants and to the shadows they left behind. The mist is but the first sign. Soon darker things will come, drawn to its power. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching through the gathering darkness. Bilbo's hand moved to sting, but the blade remained dormant, signaling no orcish presence. A stocky figure emerged from the twilight, Bofur, the dwarf with the floppy hat who had once emptied Bilbo's pantry and joined him on the journey to Erebor. His normally cheerful face was etched with concern. "Thought I might find you embarking on another adventure without proper company," the dwarf said with forced lightness. Balin received troubling reports from traders, darkness stirring in places long quiet. When I heard rumors of strange happenings in the Shire, I came straight away. With Bofur came grim news. Not only was the Shire threatened, but darkness gathered in many places throughout Middle-earth. Ancient barrows, long sealed, had been opened. Shadows lengthened in Mirkwood. Whispers of a nameless fear spread among the settlements of men. "The crown fragment is but part of a greater design," Toriel explained. "One that requires the complete Pedra de Arda to counter. You hold one piece, Bilbo Baggins. Another lies beneath the ruins of Fornost, the old king's city. The third was kept at Rivendell but was stolen a fortnight ago. By whom? Bilbo asked, though in his heart he already suspected the answer. By one who bears your name but not your spirit, Toriel replied softly. Lotho Sackville Baggins left the Shire 2 months past. Drawn by dreams he could not understand, he found the crown fragment in the marshes where it had lain since the last alliance. Now he seeks the Pedra de Arda to amplify its power, believing it will give him dominion over the Shire and beyond. Bilbo closed his eyes, recalling his cousin's pinched face and resentful gaze. Lotho had always coveted Bag End and the respect accorded to the Baggins name. That such petty jealousy could be twisted to serve a darker purpose seemed both absurd and terribly inevitable. Then we must find the second fragment before Lotho does, Bilbo declared, surprising himself with his resolve. And then we must save him from himself. Their journey northward was swift but fraught with danger. The mist had spread beyond the Shire's borders, bringing with it creatures long forgotten, shadow wolves with eyes like dying stars, barrow wights drawn from their ancient tombs, and things that skittered at the edge of vision, disappearing when directly observed. In the ruins of Fornost, once the proud capital of Arnor, they discovered the second fragment of the Pedra de Arda hidden beneath the remains of the king's throne. As Bilbo united it with the piece he carried, light blazed between them, illuminating the ruined hall and driving back the shadows that had gathered to prevent their quest. The stone spoke to him now, not in words, but in certainties. It showed him where Lotho had taken the third fragment, to the Weather Hills, where the boundaries between worlds had always been thinnest. There, with the crown fragment's power, he sought to create a permanent doorway for the shadow to enter fully into Middle-earth. They found Lotho atop Weathertop, standing within a circle of black stones that had not been there in ages past. The third fragment of the Pedra de Arda lay before him on an altar of rough stone, and upon his brow rested a jagged piece of black metal that seemed to drink in the light around it. The mist swirled thick about the hill, forming almost solid shapes that reached hungrily toward the world of the living. "Cousin," Lotho greeted Bilbo, his voice layered with harmonics that did not belong to any hobbit. "Have you come to witness my ascension? When the doorway opens, I shall rule as the first Hobbit king, with all the big folk kneeling before me." "This isn't you speaking, Lotho," Bilbo said gently, stepping forward despite Tauriel's warning hand on his shoulder. "The crown fragment corrupts your mind, as such things always corrupt those who bear them." His hand moved unconsciously to his pocket where his ring lay hidden, its weight suddenly more noticeable, its whispers more insistent. Lotho laughed, a sound like breaking glass, always so superior, cousin Bilbo. The respected Baggins with his books and maps, while the Sackville Bagginses are treated as embarrassing relations. No more. The master has shown me my true potential. "And what does this master demand in return?" Bilbo asked, edging closer. "For such power always comes with a price too terrible to pay." For a moment, doubt flickered across Lotho's face, quickly replaced by anger. "Nothing I'm not willing to give. The Shire has grown soft and complacent. It needs a strong hand to guide it." The two fragments of the Pedra de Arda that Bilbo carried pulsed with increasing urgency against his chest. He understood what must be done. The three pieces united would form a seal against the darkness trying to enter through the doorway Lotho was creating. But to place the final piece upon the altar would bring him within reach of his corrupted cousin. Bofur moved to engage the shadow creatures that now pressed close around them, his mattock swinging in wide arcs that temporarily dispersed their forms. Tauriel's arrows flew with unerring accuracy, pinning the more substantial entities to the ground where they dissolved into mist. "Lotho," Bilbo said, his voice firm but compassionate, "I have carried a thing of power too. I know how it whispers, how it promises everything while planning to take all, but you are stronger than its lies." He held out his hand, offering the two fragments of the Pedra de Arda. "Take these, cousin. Complete what was broken, not for power, but for healing." Lotho's eyes widened, greed and suspicion warring in his expression. "You would give them to me freely." "I would help you make the right choice," Bilbo replied, "as I must make mine, every day." For a heartbeat that stretched into eternity, the fate of the Shire, perhaps of all Middle-earth, hung in the balance. Then Lotho's hand, trembling with effort, rose to the crown fragment upon his brow. With a cry of pain and determination, he tore it away, casting it to the ground. "Help me, cousin!" he gasped, blood trickling from where the jagged metal had embedded in his skin. "I cannot fight it alone." Together, they placed all three fragments of the Pedra de Arda upon the altar. Light burst forth, not the harsh brilliance of lightning, but the gentle, pervasive glow of dawn. The fragments melded into a single crystal sphere that rose into the air, spinning faster until it became a miniature sun. The crown fragment writhed upon the ground, its malevolence palpable as the light touched it. Shadows stretching from it tried to reach Lotho once more, promising vengeance and power reclaimed. Bilbo made his choice then, not with grand gestures or heroic proclamations, but with the simple courage of hobbits who know what must be done. He scooped up the crown fragment, feeling its icy burn against his palm. and cast it into the heart of the restored Pedra de Arda. A silent explosion of light and shadow engulfed Weathertop. When it faded, the black stones were gone, the mist had retreated, and the Pedra de Arda hung suspended above the ancient watchtower, a guardian light that would stand vigil for centuries to come. Lotho lay unconscious but alive, the corruption fading from his features. He would remember little of his ordeal upon waking, a mercy Bilbo was grateful for. As they made their way back to the Shire, the land already seemed to be healing, colors returning to the fields touched by the mist, wildlife emerging from hiding. By unspoken agreement, they told no one the full tale of what had transpired. The hobbits of the Shire noticed only that the unseasonable fog had lifted and that Lotho Sackville Baggins returned from his business journey, strangely humbled. Toriel departed for the woodland realm with a promise that the guardians of old would not be forgotten again. Bofur stayed for a fortnight, enjoying Bilbo's hospitality before heading back to Erebor with tales that carefully omitted any mention of ancient crowns or stones of power. And Bilbo, he returned to his armchair and his books, to his maps and memoirs. But sometimes, on clear nights, he would stand in his garden and look eastward, where a new star now shone above the weather hills, the Pedra de Arda keeping its eternal watch. The ring in his pocket seemed lighter somehow, its whispers less insistent. Not conquered, not yet, but for the first time since finding it in Gollum's cave, Bilbo could imagine a day when he might willingly set it aside. After all, as he now knew, there were older and greater magics in the world than rings of power, and in the blood of even the smallest hobbit might flow the strength to withstand the greatest darkness. Story 6. The mist hung like ghostly curtains over the whispering marshes, where the boundary between worlds grew thin and legends came to life. It was here, among the twisted roots and glimmering pools that reflected no sky, that Hobbit first saw it, a glint of gold amid the murk, calling to him like a forgotten promise. Hobbit was not his given name, of course. His mother had named him Finian Burrows at birth, but the folk of Willow Creek had taken to calling him simply Hobbit for his small stature and remarkable ability to disappear when tax collectors came knocking. Unlike others of his village, Hobbit had always felt the pull of adventure, a restlessness that not even the comfort of his hearth could quell. The golden scale lay half buried in the black mud, its edges impossibly sharp, its surface unmarred by time. As his fingers closed around it, warmth spread through his hand, and before his astonished eyes, the scale shifted and flowed like molten metal, crystallizing into a teardrop of amber gold. "Well now," he whispered, his breath visible in the sudden chill, "what manner of magic is this?" That night, beneath the 3 moons of Valoria, Hobbit dreamed. A vast presence enveloped him, ancient beyond reckoning, its thoughts vast as mountains and deep as oceans. "Help me, little one," the presence whispered. "The balance falters. I am Orinox, the last of the Golden Guardians, and my time grows short." Images flooded Hobbit's mind. A magnificent dragon with scales, like burnished sunlight, wounded and hiding in a cavern of crystal and stone, dark figures in armor, etched with runes of binding and death, a world slowly draining of color and wonder as magic ebbed like a receding tide. Hobbit woke with the tear clutched to his chest, pulsing with inner light. The dream remained vivid, unlike ordinary dreams that fade upon waking. He knew with inexplicable certainty that Orinox was real and in terrible danger. 3 days later, as Hobbit packed provisions for a journey whose destination he could not name, the first of the dragon slayers arrived in Willow Creek. They came on black horses that left no hoofprints, their armor the color of old blood, their faces hidden behind visors shaped like snarling beasts. They asked questions in voices that seemed to steal warmth from the air, and wherever they passed, flowers wilted and children fell silent. "They seek the tear," came a voice from the shadows of Hobbit's cottage. Hobbit whirled, knife in hand, to find a figure seated calmly at his table. The stranger wore a weather-stained cloak, his face half hidden beneath a hood. Only his eyes were clearly visible, eyes of startling amber, with pupils like vertical slits. "Who are you?" Hobbit demanded, though his voice trembled. "I am called Varys," the stranger replied, "and you, little one, have stumbled into a war as old as the foundations of the world." His gaze flicked to the tear that hung on a cord around Hobbit's neck. "That is the last hope of Orinox, guardian of the veil between realms. And those men outside mean to destroy it, and you with it." Before Hobbit could respond, the cottage door splintered inward. A dragon slayer filled the frame, sword drawn, the blade drinking what little light remained in the room. "Run!" Varys shouted, and to Hobbit's astonishment, the stranger's form blurred and shifted. Where Varys had stood, a young man in ranger's garb now faced the intruder, twin blades gleaming in his hands. "I'll find you." Hobbit didn't wait to see the outcome. He fled through the back window, the dragon's tear burning against his skin like a coal. Behind him, he heard the clash of steel and a roar that no human throat could produce. The forests east of Willow Creek grew wild and untamed, their depths home to creatures spoken of only in whispers. Yet it was into these shadows that Hobbit fled, guided by instinct and the faint pull of the tear around his neck. On the third day of his flight, as he crouched beside a stream to fill his water skin, an axe embedded itself in the tree trunk beside his head. "Don't move, dragon friend," growled a voice like stone grinding on stone, "or the next one splits your skull." Slowly, Hobbit turned to face his assailant. The dwarf who stood before him was a study in contradictions, richly dressed in armor of dwarven make, yet travel-worn and grim. A crown of iron thorns sat upon his brow, marking him as royalty, yet his eyes held the haunted look of an exile. "I am Thrain, son of Thorin, prince of the Iron Halls," the dwarf declared. "Or I was, before dragons brought ruin to my people. And you bear the essence of one such beast." "I bear a tear," Hobbit replied, finding courage in desperation, not a weapon, "and the dragon who shed it seeks not to destroy, but to preserve." Thrain laughed bitterly. "All dragons lie, and all dragons destroy. It is their nature. As it is the nature of dwarves to honor debts," came a new voice, aged and resonant despite its weariness. From between the ancient trees emerged an old man, bent over a staff of twisted wood. His robes might once have been magnificent, but now hung in tatters. His beard, streaked with ash, reached almost to his waist. "Magorian the Faded," Thrain said, lowering his axe slightly. "I thought you dead." "Not dead," the old wizard replied, "merely diminished, like magic itself." His gaze, sharp despite his years, fixed on Hobbit. "Do you have found the tear of Orinox? Or rather, it has found you." "What is this tear?" Hobbit asked, clutching the crystallized droplet. "Why do so many seek it?" "It is the last essence of dragon magic," Magorian explained. "As the dragons of order have fallen to the slayers, magic has begun to leave our world. Orinox is the last, and his power wanes. That tear contains enough of his essence that, if returned to him, might restore his strength, and with it, the balance of magic in our realm." "And if the slayers destroy it?" Hobbit asked, though he feared he knew the answer. "Then magic dies," the wizard said simply, "and with it all wonders and marvels. The world becomes a place of cold iron and colder hearts, where only the mundane survives." Thrain spat on the ground. "And why should I care? Dragons took everything from me." "Did they?" Magorian's eyes narrowed. Or was it those who claimed to hunt in your name? Tell me, Prince Thrain, have you ever asked why the dragon slayers arrived so conveniently just after your father's treasure halls were breached? The dwarf's face darkened with doubt. What are you suggesting, wizard? That perhaps the greatest lie ever told was that dragons are our enemies, Megorian replied. Before there were kingdoms of men or dwarves or elves, the dragons were the guardians of magic itself, the firstborn children of creation. A crashing in the underbrush interrupted them. Varys emerged, bloodied but alive, his amber eyes wild. "They're coming," he gasped. "A dozen slayers, led by Lord Carnus himself." Thrain hefted his axe. "How long?" "Minutes, no more." The dwarf turned to Hobbit, his face a storm of conflicting emotions. Finally, he nodded once, sharply. "My grandfather swore an oath to Megorian for saving our line during the Great Plague. That debt passes to me." He straightened. Suddenly, every inch the prince, despite his ragged appearance. "And I will escort you to the crystal caverns, where this Orynox supposedly hides. But make no mistake, if I sense treachery, I will destroy the tear myself." "And I shall accompany you," Megorian said, "though my powers are but a shadow of what they once were." Varys smiled, and for an instant Hobbit glimpsed something inhuman in that smile, something ancient and fierce. "As will I. After all, this concerns my kin." "Your kin?" Hobbit asked. The ranger's smile widened. "Did you think dragons could only take one form? Little one. We are magic-made flesh, and flesh can be reshaped." And so began the strangest fellowship to ever traverse the wild lands of Valoria. A diminutive adventurer bearing a dragon's tear, a disowned dwarf prince bound by ancestral oath, a faded wizard seeking to restore what was lost, and a dragon walking in human form. Their journey took them through the shifting sands, where dunes rearranged themselves nightly and mirages took solid form, across the spell-forged mountains, where the very rocks hummed with ancient enchantments, and finally to the edge of the crystalline forest, where trees of living crystal chimed in the wind. All the while, the dragon slayers pursued them, their numbers growing as dark rumors spread of a conspiracy to restore dragonkind to power. It was at the heart of the crystalline forest, where the crystal caverns opened like a wound in the earth, that they made their final stand. Lord Carnus of the Dragon Slayers, resplendent in armor carved from dragon bone, led the attack himself. "The tear," he demanded, his voice echoing unnaturally. "Give it to me and I will grant you quick deaths." "Why do you hunt the dragons so?" Hobbit asked, playing for time as Varys and Thrain positioned themselves on either side. "What have they done to earn such hatred?" Carnus laughed, the sound like breaking glass. "Hatred? This is not about hatred, little fool. This is about power. Dragons are magic incarnate, and those who control magic control all. For centuries, my order has harvested their essence, grown strong on their deaths. Orynox is the last, and with his fall, we shall absorb what remains of magic in this world." "So the legends were lies," Thrain growled. "My people died for your ambition." "Your people died because they were in my way," Carnus replied coldly. "As you are now." The battle that followed would be sung of in taverns for generations to come. How Thrain fought with the fury of his wronged ancestors. How Megorian, though diminished, conjured illusions that confused and divided the enemy. How Varys revealed glimpses of his true form, claws extending from human hands to tear through enchanted armor. And how Hobbit, smallest of them all, slipped past the fighting with the tear clutched tight, racing into the depths of the crystal caverns where Orynox waited, his once magnificent form now gaunt and dulled. "You came," the great dragon whispered, his voice a shadow of the power Hobbit had heard in his dreams. "I had almost lost hope." "I brought your tear," Hobbit said, holding up the crystallized droplet that now blazed with inner fire. "Though I don't know how, place it upon my brow," Orinox instructed, "and then stand back. What happens next is unpredictable." With trembling hands, Hobbit climbed onto the dragon's massive head and placed the tear between his great horns. The moment it touched the golden scales, light exploded outward, blinding in its intensity. When Hobbit could see again, Orinox stood transformed, his scales gleaming like the sun itself, his eyes pools of molten gold, power radiating from him in palpable waves. "The balance returns," the dragon rumbled, his voice once more the vast presence Hobbit had first encountered in dreams. "Come, little one. Your friends fight bravely, but they need our help." What happened next would pass into legend, how Orinox emerged from the crystal caverns in a blaze of light, how the dragon slayers fell before his righteous fury, how Lord Karnas, revealed at last as a being of shadow wearing human form, was banished back to the dark realm from whence he came. In the aftermath, as magic surged renewed throughout Valoria, as withered plants bloomed and faded wonders rekindled, Hobbit stood among his unlikely companions and marveled at the path that had led him here. "What will you do now?" he asked Orinox, who had shrunk himself to a more manageable size, though no less majestic. "Rebuild," the dragon replied simply. "Find others of my kind who may yet sleep in hidden places. Restore what was lost," his golden eyes fixed on Hobbit. "And you, little one, will you return to your quiet life?" Hobbit looked at Thrain, now determined to reclaim his throne and tell the truth of dragons to his people. At Megorian, his powers slowly returning with the resurgence of magic. At Varys, who now shifted easily between human and draconic forms. "As I think," Hobbit said with a smile, "that quiet no longer suits me." And so began a new chapter in the history of Valoria, one where dragons soared once more in skies too long empty, where magic flowed freely through the land, and where a small adventurer with a large heart found that the greatest journeys often begin with the smallest steps. For in a world of wonders, even the smallest among us may cast the longest shadows.